here to do this. But the question is why? What exactly are we doing with this seeming chutzpah? And another question that I think could be answered once we get to the theme is the question, a point raised by the Professor of Honesty. He, quoting from Kinos Chafdalu, so he points out the key formation over there, ki horas v'kirudash. What is that referring to? Why is there a double statement? So it says very, very insightfully. One is we're crying over the actual destruction itself, but perhaps even a bigger cry is for the fact that we can't really cry for that destruction, that we're held back, that's trampled itself. The ability to cry is not really given to us because we're not only distant in time, but we're distant in experience from what Beis Hamikdash meant, and not only the beginning of Beis Hamikdash, but Moda. When we sing the poem, we sing it so joyously, and so excitedly. Do we get into the melody, or is it really the concept and the experience? Can we ever really claim to have that? And so he said that's part of the Avelos, is that we don't even know what we're crying, and we don't even feel it, and we need to find a way to connect that will for us for the generations. And then Rabbi Wise asks two additional questions that I think can be answered through Kinos. He quotes the Medrash Eicha, and he mentions the following. It says, that crying, call of Nehi at night is particularly expressive and particularly potent. Gamliel had a neighbor, a woman who had lost a child. And every night she would think about this child and cry through the night. And that elicited from Rabbi Gamliel to cry along with her all night over the Churban Abayis. Moshe Weiss says, and it got to the point where the Talmudim had to ask her to move because he was constantly crying over Churban Abayis, elicited by her crying over the loss of her son. Says Moshe Weiss, he called it Barim Flight. What's the connection? What's the connection between the loss of a child and the loss that we're lamenting of the Beis Hamikdash? And then he quoted from the very, very oft discussed Gemara at the end of Makos, famous Gemara with Yaakov and the other Chachamim. They're crying and he's laughing, and they ask him, why are you laughing? And he says, why are you crying? And they say, well, we have a good reason to cry. Shualim Bilchul, we see the destruction, we see the devastation, and it's just absolute. So why are you laughing? So he answers that. And sometimes this part of that Gemara is glossed over. Russia pointed out, he said, what he should have said is, I see from the Nuah of Zechariah that there's going to be a Binyan Beis Hamikdash, and there's going to be a Chazara of Kohanim, of Adassam, Leviim, Yeshirim, and Zimram. There's going to be a tremendous return of all that. But what does he say instead? He says what Neuburger just quoted just shortly before. Kinos are going to be walking peacefully. The Eladim, the Ados, the Sachakim, the Seha, they're going to be playing. Why is that the appropriate answer to what they were saying? So if we look at the Kinos, you see that it follows a certain pattern. It starts always with what seems like an audacious question. And at the end of every question that each paragraph begins with is a term of affection, a term of conjuring up the former incredible positive relationship between the Kadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. We were emunecha. And why don't you remember, then the next line always comes in with what is a source or an expression of this intimate, very special relationship that we once had. There was a Chanta Brisbane Absarim that was a person who passed all the tests. And therefore we scream out, Zechor Hashem Mehayalanu. But Zechor Hashem Mehayalanu, the key is in the word Lanu. What does Lanu mean? So one might understand it to mean, how good we had us by Israel. But really the focus is Lanu together. Kadosh Baruch Hu with Klal Yisrael. Zechor, what a relationship we have. And once you catch on to this theme in the first paragraph, it just repeats itself over and over. Many, many strong expressions of a very special private relationship that Klal Yisrael had with Kadosh Baruch Hu, that created an atmosphere that was indescribable. An atmosphere where the presence of Hashem is manifest. There was obvious connections and ease with connected. We were in a set of shalom. But what happened? The people that you would go out, how did you do this to us? How did you do this? And forgot about Kitzah Sederach and all the great leasing you did for us. Hamonecha, this Rabbi Soloveitchik points out, Hamonecha stands for a large mass of people. What's special about that? He says, he thinks it's an allusion to the Gemara in Brachos that talks by Zimon, that each time you add more people from 3 to 10 to thousands to 10,000 to 100,000, there's a greater opportunity now to be Meshabeach Hashem because the connection grows and grows. And then when it talks about the binyan, the only really paragraph where it talks about the Beis Hamikdash, which is Gulecha, it's talking about it in a certain context, what it had mentioned earlier. It's the context of Viud Vesek Beveses. What is that? We used to have an ability to have a rendezvous, a special meeting, both Veses and Viud. Viud means that on the spur of the moment, I want to dive in and I want to feel your presence. I can just do it. Serendipitously. Veses at appointed times on the regalim, but we will have that opportunity. Yeah. And this goes on throughout the entire Kina. Every Kina addresses some expression of this special relationship. Karmecha. Karmecha bate knesios and midrashos, where we learn and understand and get to know Hashem better. That was taken. We then see a series in the next few paragraphs of the illusion that we're familiar with in Shabbos and many other places of a chasana. There's a chasana between Klal Yisrael and Hashem. The relationship is Reim Ahuvim, Nesuin. There is a Tzalas Tzvi Tzedek, a song of joy for this tremendous meaning that we have. Look what we had together. Look what we had together. Culminating in the end. The loss of that relationship, because we remember the Yossi Yoshevis B'Shalva B'Yushalayim. I remember when I was able to sit B'Shalva B'Yushalayim, when I could just see regular life, everyday life, without the pachad and the daiga that exists now that there's been Hester Pani. And the theme of this kina is that it's not the binyan we're crying about, the chalma. It's not even the avodah. We're crying about the loss of the avodah, although that's to also cry. The main thing, the focus for our tears and our feelings on this day is the Hester Pani, the loss of the relationship itself. The fact that we're no longer B'Shalva, we can't have Skinim and Skenos walking through Yerushalayim. I'll just to end my perspective with this. This hit home with me. I remember there was once, I was in Yerushalayim and we were on a tour. And the tour guide said, as we were going through a part of Yerushalayim, and the children playing, and he starts quoting from the Navi. He says, you see, we're here. We're at that point where we see Yeladim Yelados, Mesachim, Chogos Yerushalayim. And everybody went on the side. And then we took another part of the tour was to go into the eastern Yerushalayim. And I will never forget that we just got there right when there was one of the children of the people we were visiting there was going for a play date. So we all know about play dates. You just go for a play date and you play and you have a good time, but not this time. You needed 2 armed guards just to go down the block to have a play date. That's not Shalom. That's not yet the vision of Zachariah. Right now, there's still Hester Panim, there's still the Pacha, there's still the Time. Eicha Atzta.
The next keynote, once again, ties us back to the Apfel that we laid. Our own mess of Beth and today, because broken sun rising with the wind, the broken sins, and dry wave of the light. John pointed out that Baruch was saying that the human being can't try Yom V'Layla, he needs to rest itself. The Rabbi says that crying day and night, so he's not referring to himself, he's referring to the Roshel. And that's what the phrase read in Rosh Hashanah, that begins with the Roshel. But the Lozer Kalir takes us back again because we have a license to express Bechi. So he takes us back to the first night, Vayivku Ha'am V'Laylahu. And here the Payata promises and Chanol Lel Milel Midbar Midbar. And I will distinguish the different kinds of nights. That even though the Baruch Hu said, ten bechisa bechir sholinam, when they ekva bechir ledoros, then it was unnecessary for us to feel so unprotected and so despondent to give up and to know the national meltdown. So now we promise that we learn and we will know how to the balance of the Kino is. And there it gives us the ability to express how we want to, again, have the ability to adapt to the emotional. And then my heart will become sick in order to bring him out again. And we spin around like a wheel. I spin my words around like a wheel. And we can only have another more time in the emotional. Sometimes we feel that our davening is spinning like a wheel, that we keep on coming back to the same place, we're not advancing enough. The Bible says that that's what that is what we continuously are yearning for. Apfel and Shevei Ali. I cry out if only something to be listening. I could only have the little fly to come to the emotional. That this entire Kina is to say we understood that our Bechi Shochinam was we would have appreciated at that moment the protection that the Baruch Hu was giving us by giving us the man by speeding us through the midbar. So then we wouldn't have had a meltdown. And later on, in the next midbar that we face, presumably this means the midbar of Yehuda as we leave Yerushalayim, so then we had good reason to feel unprotected. Rabbi points out that the apostle, the Yom describes Al-Horim Esa Bechi. But now on the Os Midbar, that I will go to the various mountains to cry. Ramanel explains that Yirmiyahu is saying that the mountains were a sign of protection. And Ramanel said, as son Naya Lahorim, Ramanel is saying, referring to the phrase Yerushalayim, that Yerushalayim is surrounded by mountains, Hashem God surrounds the mountains. So the mountains of Yerushalayim were a sign of protection. Physically, they gave Klal Yisrael the advantage against any predator, but they represented the circle of the Baruch Hu provided. Esa Emei Elohim means that a Melech lifts his eyes up to those that sign of security. Yo says now we go to these mountains, they no longer give us that sense of promise. They no longer have a sense that it's after from the base of English. That's the midbar we did. The midbar where we had the bun, we had the Anani Yaakov, and the midbar we had in Yerushalayim. I was wondering whether it refers to another passage, the passage that we just laid this past Shabbos. After the Chayim Meraglim, we had the episode of the Mapilim. And the episode of the Mapilim, when we tried to regain the lost ground, we thought that if we two Shvatim would head up on the road, so that would be a way of dialing back to what we had lost during the sin of the spies of Meraglim. And it ended up they were all taken out for the local nation. We then so then we again break down and cry. This may be the first time we experienced that our Bechi, our tefillas went entirely unheeded. And perhaps that's the, what's being referred to, that we have a Tisha B'Av because there was a time when we did not appreciate the protection that the Baruch was providing us. We trusted it. That our experiences of Yamsov, the Adonai, but somehow we didn't absorb them to the extent to know that we are living the agenda of the Rebbeinu will make it happen. We say that the next midbar, the midbar the Mapila, the midbar the Yo, the midbar that we left through when we were going to Babel, and then we fully absorbed the lack of protection. We fully absorbed the demand, and our prayers would go unheeded. The next Kinos associates the phrase in the at the end of every paragraph in this battle, the censure that the Rebbeinu recorded at the end of the project of the Kaisai, which prophesies the difficulties we're going to have at the Court of Advice and throughout the world. And as we go through the Kinos, so we mention the phrase that dumps me Rio, and then we relate it back to what we lost from the beginning of the Temachah. That's the brachos that we don't have. And then later on, we show how it expresses part of the Torah. Part of the Torah comes to life. Brings to mind a comment. I forget who's quoted. It's quoted in the Sefer Shulchan Devar at the beginning of the Parshas Matos. Parshas Matos, Rashi says that Moshe Rabbeinu begins with the phrase "Ze'adova." So Rashi quotes the Medrash that Moshe Rabbeinu used the phrase "Ze'adova," and Moshe Rabbeinu used the phrase "Kosoma." But all other Nevi'im only use the phrase "Kosoma." Moshe Rabbeinu could use the phrase, "This is how it's going to be," but he could also say this exactly. There's a word for word of the Baruch said to me, entirely precisely. He had the aspectari hameira. He was upon him. The Baruch spoke to Moshe Rabbeinu, like two people speak to each other. Later in the Nevi'im, after Moshe Rabbeinu, they had a aspectari she'edim meira. They had a more different kind of vision. The Baruch would give them an idea, and then they would express the idea with the greatest talent they had. But ultimately, it was a partnership between the ability of the Navi to articulate what he understood in his little word. So that's why he said Kosama. This comment suggested that Kosama might be that the Navi gives expression to something that was already said. Well, the Lord says that any event that impacted the Jewish people can be found in Chumash. We're able to find something in Chumash that relates. So the Navi, as history progresses, is able to say, this is what the Baruch was meant to say. When Moshe Rabbeinu was out of he was describing an issue. The Navi, when he expressed the Baruch's idea, he was also able to say, now I understand what the Baruch was saying. That's what this Kinos brings it, the Eichon, that we now see with the code, now see with the code Samar. We now can see the different sukim of the Torah all come to life. You'll Samar, the Rosh say, Next, gives a paragraph to each of the Mishmaros of the Kohanim. Mr. Becker said that the Kohanim is a group, you have a lot of the Kohanim are allowed to divide up and give each and divide themselves up as a different type of develop and divide themselves up into 24 groups. And for most of the year, something up them, the Kohanim were able to assign each one of the 24 groups of 2 weeks in the base of English. And each one had its fuss. And to the extent that also had a virus, they didn't have to, we're learning this week to Sugi that even if the entire Mishmar became Tomei, they did not have to appoint another Mishmar. They could bring the Karbanis B'Tovah. According to San, even if most of the Mishmar was done, he could bring it to he pointed out, but someone else who points out, why is it? Why did they have to find another Mishmar? When the Torah says that Tumah is set aside, but they didn't have to bring it to Tumah. So apparently, as someone else who points out, that means that each Kohen had its own personal mitzvah to bring the Karbanos. And each Kohen had his fuss, a God-given entitlement to bring Karbanos to the week. And he had no obligation to give it up if it meant expending a lot of effort to hire him into the base of it. But this is just emblematic of how the Kohanim related to their work in base of English. That's why there's a special Kinos for the Kohanim, because there was a personal investment. The Apfel referred to the Leo who personalized the whole base of English. That's very much part of our effort this morning, is to make the loss of the base of English and the structure something personal. We had the Kinos before, how each one of us has lesser access to the Rabbi. That's a personal formula. Each one of us has lesser access to our davening. The Koyanim, they felt the loss of Beis Hamikdash and should feel in terms of a personal loss. They don't have the access to the Kabbalah, they don't have the Zechuyas they would have, they don't have the position to be able to bring the Kabbalah without strong. They don't have the position of being the connectors. Inviting would go from home to home to pick up Jews and vice versa. They connected every family to what was going on in Beis Hamikdash. We learned recently another idea. Rav son-in-law pointed this out, but I think it's the Rav, that the Pasuk Sifsei Goy Yishmu Das, Yivakshu Torah and Fiyah. So Sifsei Goy, the Kohanim were chiefly responsible for teaching Torah. The Torah Yivakshu, when we seek Torah from the Kohanim, the Brisker Rav said there are many parts of Beis Hamikdash that we cannot reconstruct. That they're part of a Masorah that Kohanim, parents gave to Kohanim children. And this Rav's approach, the Beis Halevi's approach, is that we have a Masorah that cannot be recorded, so that it's dependent on human beings transmitting it. And when we lose it, when we lose that link, then it cannot be reconstructed. It must be given over from person to person. For example, a good example would be pronunciation of it. Not until recent times you could not record pronunciation. You couldn't write down pronunciation. So if you go to Mashiach, we're going to have to either identify for us, either with something that Moshe said, every pronunciation began at Sinai, or you will say, other posts will say, there's one pronunciation, the others are not correct. Or the Baruch may say that we need to reestablish the pronunciation has to be done by Eliyahu Navi. So the Brisker Rav said there are many traditions which if they cannot be handed down word by word or in written form, they depend on human beings and they have to be restarted, relaunched. So he said there are many, many practices in the Beis Hamikdash that are in Masorah, the Kohanim will have to relaunch it, so to speak. That's why the Gemara says and reestablish the Beis Hamikdash. So Aaron and Kohen will be Tchias HaBeis and Aaron and Kohen. Once Aaron and Lazar and Moshe Rabbeinu will be with them to put on the big day Kahuna on Aaron and Lazar. So Mr. Rav said, why was the Gemara Chazal so sure that the Tchias HaBeis of Aaron and Lazar and Moshe would be before we established the Beis Hamikdash? It had to be that way because the Masorah has to once again be launched by Aaron and Kohen. There is no substitute. So that's what Brisker Rav said. The Torah Yavakshut Mifiyu is that we will be seeking, not only seeking to learn. Since they going Yishnu Das, we can learn everything from the Goyim, but there'll be certain Masorahs that have to be launched by Aaron and Kohen. So Yavakshut Mifiyu. This Kino is a Kino that's dedicated to the Kohen. And we recite it, we say the law, but it really is a Kino that personalizes the loss of the Kohen. By imagining the loss of the Kohen, we can also begin to personalize the important base or continue to personalize the important base. Minutes downstairs. The youth Kinos will start. If there are some affixes, no food, yes, you can just make them over on an angle to make it easier for the different part of the Kinos.
I once was discussing Adam Gadol, the first that guy's name mentioned. The reason for the Chorban Bias Rishon Sheni. So he was sort of quizzing me, and I felt I was getting this faher to some degree. My familiarity with the Gemara is to discuss the reasons for Chorban Bias. So I said, and then of course there's the Gemara in Yuma about Tess on the days that asks in a very straightforward manner. Why was there destruction in the first place of English? And the Gemara answers, as we're all familiar, 3 cardinal averos. That's why. And then the Gemara continues and says, what about the second place of English? So here's where I think he was after. Was after me falling into an inaccurate take on this Gemara. Gemara says about Mikdash Sheni, Shayu oskim b'Torah v'mitzvos v'minos chasadim mipnei machar So I said, Sinus fail. Everyone knows the second base of English was destroyed because of Sinus fail. He said, but wait a second, did you pay attention to what you just read? It says they were involved in the Nilus Chasad. If they were involved in the Nilus Chasad, how's their Sinus fail? How do those two things go together? Isn't it Sosa? Isn't it stealing? So I think possibly a response to that sharp question could be found in Kinos Aleph. Yikonen Yirmiyahu al Yoshiyahu. Yirmiyahu was master, gave a hesped for Yoshiyahu, the fourth parak of Eicha is the parallel hesped, and was insistent that Yoshiyahu be included in the Kinos. The reason that's a bit of a chiddush is because Yoshiyahu lived 20, 30 years prior to the Churban. What's his role? What's his significance? So significant that it gets put right up front and gets into Eicha. What's so significant? He was an amazing person, but what is Yirmiyahu after this? So many people understand that Yirmiyahu realized that Yoshiyahu was the final trigger. The events of Yoshiyahu's door is what created the irretrievable spiral down towards Churban. What exactly is the story? So we've all heard it many times, but it's worth repeating anyway. It's the Kinos going to repeat it to some degree in a more poetic language. But Yoshiyahu was the son of Ammon, who was the son of Menashe, two not very noble kings. And although Menashe was true at the end, but Menashe was very, very wicked for many years. It brought tremendous amounts of Avodah Zarah into the Jewish people, into the country. And Ammon was also a Rasha. And then at the tender age of 8, Yoshiyahu became the king. And on his own, he was drawn to being an Eved Hashem. He was drawn to be guided by the Kohanim, by those who could help him find and connect to a Baruch Baruch Hu. When he began what became the greatest Baal Tshuva movement ever, he started to eliminate and send people out to eliminate the Avodah Zarah from all the various places his forebears had brought in. And he had the Beis HaMikdash fixed up. And while they were doing it, they found the Sefer Torah, and the Sefer Torah was open basically to psukim that are quoted in this Kino. Arur asher lo yakim dvarim elu. The follows to someone who's not Mekayim the Torah, and he tore his clothes, and he said, "This is what needs to be done. We need everybody to be chozer b'tshuva." And he started the movement, and then he made 2 fatal mistakes. Mistake number 1 was he overestimated the degree of tshuva that was taking place. And the people who were externally professing secrets and acting with something, the Leitzani Hador. David bo Avon Leitzani Hador she'achar hadelas Hamadis. We all know the description, how they would have their Avodah Zarah situated in such a way that it wasn't visible up front, but hidden behind. And they were Leitzani because they were some people define that as they were hypocrites. They really were just acting like tzaddikim, but they were really not. I remember years ago on Tisha hearing from Rabbi Neuburger how to be a Leitzani means to be a cynic, to be scoffed, to be someone who's cynical. And the cynics were probably the most destructive force for Klal Yisrael. To be exposed to, ever since I heard that, it's going back 20 years, I remember that was always the warning I gave my children. I said, stay away from cynics, they're very, very dangerous. And the cynics here, they were, again, acting as though they were probably tshuva, doing good things, they were doing plenty of chesed. There was lots of meaningless chesed, but there was something lacking. There was sinus kingdom. How can those two things live together? It says in Pirkei Avos, Hillel and Shammai will say, should be Metalmidei Aaron. Ohev Shalom v'Rolev Shalom. Should be Ohev Shalom, you should love Shalom, and you should chase after it. You should actively chase after it. It says Rabbi Yonah, what does that mean? Ohev Shalom and Rolev Shalom, what's the difference between the two? He said, because you need both. You need both. You need to have it inside of you. You need to feel the Shalom. You need to feel the Ava, as well as you need to act upon it. Now, it's easy to understand in one direction the need for those two things. Just feeling it, it's not enough. You gotta, what's the expression? Walk the walk as much as talk the talk. If you're gonna claim to be a certain way, that's an obvious hypocrisy. Talk about how important person is. Pretend that you really need it, but you don't do it, so that's clearly not it. It says Rabbi Yonah, no, it also works the other way. Even if you're out there doing chesed, if you don't have the kavanah, if you don't have the sense of what you're doing is out of ahava for someone else, you're also a hypocrite. You're also not being the dark Hashem. This is really the foolish two Gemaras. When we learn about Balacha B'dracha, Zekir V'Avega, there are two Gemaras that discuss it. There's one in Sota Daf Yudalad, where the emphasis is Hashem is Mevakir Cholim, he's Menachem Aveda, he does things. He's an active Baal Chesed. We need to emulate that. There's a Gemara in Shabbos, a Kufan Gimel. There's Zekir V'Avega teaches something else. It says Mahurachim Avatar. You see this very, very integral message of what true tshuva is. So the big mistake that Yaakov unfortunately made back then was not to realize that while there was an external type of tshuva going on, that was totally inadequate. That would never be satisfactory. That could never result in the ultimate. Tisha B'Av, as much as it is a day of crying, the theme of this particular keynote moves over a little bit. The Rambam says at the end of his Bereishit Mishnah on Tanis, that Tisha B'Av is a unique fast day in that it is a day of Avelus. Some of the other fast days, it's a Tanis Tzibur, like Yom Kippur. No other day has both, but it has both. And that's why we have Tisha. Really, there's ones that have soul and everything else. But the ultimate goal and the ultimate message of Idol is truth. To me, the Kinos Yudalad, that's the message. The message is something that Yoshiyahu knew but was unable to successfully conclude. He wanted to be a door that brings binyan, Beis Hamikdash, and removes the Hester part of it. It brings us back to Kesher Gamor, to Chibor Ima, we need to do a tshuva gamur. We need to do a tshuva that's not only power, but it's the lid. It's an avas chinam that's coupled with tu'ulas chesed. Koden Yaakov.
Not having those have to take care of things at home. So upstairs in the Mrs. Rabbi's Spanish will be a minion that'll finish up the kid. Next here refers to the Mishkan, the Mikdash, is the place that the Prophet so much desired to have, and then to express that desire by discussing it with the Amos and then discussing it with Moshe Rabbeinu. And the play on words is that every paragraph ends with the word "fo," which would say that how is the Prophet present in this world without the Beis Hamikdash? The Beis Hamikdash is the place that the Rabbi is most really felt. The place that we have versus to go to the Beis Hamikdash and see the various miracles of an ongoing way and sense and be fully aware of the existence of the Rabbi Shalom. The play of the words of foe comes to expression in the comment that Brisker makes in this week's parsha. Klal Yisrael, this week's parsha is described in having our seen at the return to the Baruch Hu after hearing the first luchos, the first dibros. So then we felt that it was too intense an experience that we intuitively appreciated that human being is going beyond his limited physical capacity by connecting with the Rebbeinu Shalom. Kadosh Baruch Hu limits his non-physical capacity by tzimtzum. But Klal Yisrael intuitively felt that this is something that he cannot handle, and therefore he turned to Moshe Rabbeinu, and Moshe Rabbeinu is to relay the balance of the luchos. And whereas Moshe Rabbeinu expressed disappointment in this week's parsha, and Baruch Hu approves of the sense of year of the odd, the limitations that Klal Yisrael appreciate. So now the Baruch Hu says, Lechem or lehem, shuvu lachem li'olechem, we go back to Aaron, Bata po, amod imadi. Right, so the word po is actually Bata amod imadi. So po amod imadi, the Skirov says, and that's an indication of the Rebbeinu Shalom explaining to Moshe Rabbeinu how the Baruch Hu will make himself present in the world of the future, and he expressed to Moshe Rabbeinu how the Beis Hamikdash is going to work out. The phrase of Po, Vatom Mali Po, Vayilidi Po, that moment when the Baruch Hu said to Moshe Rabbeinu, you stay Po, in order to be able to establish that always that human beings will have the capacity in a limited fashion to connect with the Rebbeinu Shalom. It's like Gadol and Yom Kippur, the most intimate, and it's called him like into the kutcher. Values from bringing korbanos, but we'll all have some attachment to the Baruch Hu saying, "Atah Po'amodi Madi." And this Kina then gives us the ability to express Mali Po what happened in that moment of Po that was most often only as you have Next kina is a play on the word Apfel. Pointed out the word Apfel is a strange word. Apple pointed out it was a confrontation. And much of the Kinos are trying to give greater meaning to the word Apfel here in this kina. So there points out that many times that the word kol is used in Chumash. Kol Somar L'Knesset Yisrael, for Amar Chatzos Halayla, for Yus Yamsuf, and the Haftarah that Yaakov Avinu, the reward that Yaakov Avinu had, and continuously being ahead of Rabbi. So that was introduced by the phrase in Kol Yoimar Lova, the Akeda Deilcha Koi. You're explaining it. Say Koi is the Baruch of Bnei Yisrael. So this key that takes us through the many times that the word Koi is used, and connects us, and the various ways in which the Baruch reveals himself, whether it's the Akeda, which is the man who serves Nefesh, whether it's with Yaakov Avinu, who continuously protecting Yaakov's finances, whether it's the bracha of the Koyanim that we want to hear once again from Mesa Mikdash. So we transform the word Eichon to Eiko, where there are the various promises of God. Somebody say, So Hey, was ich irgendwann was so der and I'm going to share this fucking I think that the next Kinos is going to be Zion. Zion leads to test off. Zion first will come back to test off.
To some degree, the Zion seems to deliver two motifs, two major themes that at first glance do not necessarily relate to each other. First theme really needs as a background the Kinos that we just read, Yudalit. In Yudalit, it's described that all the destruction and all the calamity that ultimately occurred was placed by Baruch Hu in the design of creation. Right from the fabric of creation itself was these events destined to happen. Once heard a shir from a graduates where he described it, he used the analogy of a seed. Just like a seed, when you plant a seed in the ground, it has to first deteriorate. It has to be opened up, and then its full potential can arise. Same thing, somehow, some mysterious way, for the full spiritual potential, the full greatness of Hashem's Bria and accomplishments of Klal Yisrael, it needs this. It reminds me of something I remember hearing from Neuburger many times. You read this Mitzrayim, and it's really, it's Chazal, it's Saviors, it's the core of ours. There's this idea that our refinement is necessary to reach the maximum spiritually. And with that backdrop, it's the only way I find I can tolerate the description in Zion of exactly what's going on. It describes the horrible, horrible, degrading acts of Titus. Titus was the emperor after his father, who was made emperor, and then Titus was sent in as the herald to do the actual destruction of the Midrash, destroy the Jewish people. And the Kinos describes in vivid, horrifying detail what he did. It starts off soft, that actually must come from a medrash, because I don't think we see that in Chazal that he did that, but that's nothing compared to what's coming. And the audacity with which he did it. And then it describes how he took his sword and he stabbed the parochas, and it started to bleed. And he said, as though that he murdered HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he spoke that way, and he arrogantly went on and defiled the Beis HaMikdash in ways that are unspeakable. Yet the Kinos details it, and he took out a Sefer Torah and threw it on the floor of the Kodesh Kodashim, and he defiled the zona over there. And one just can't stand reading it. It just goes on, and then he takes pleasure in gathering up the kalim, the sharas, and he brings it out. And it's a very debasing, defiling action that gets immortalized in the famous arch. There's a story of the Panovich Rav that when he was going to try to get donations for his yeshiva, he was in Rome by a certain Jew there. And he came there in the evening, and he said, we have to leave. We have to go to this arch. So he takes out the potential donor, he brings him to the arch, and he says, starts screaming, Titus, where are you now? We're here, we're building Beis Midrashim, we're building yeshivos. Where are you? It evokes tremendous emotion. And the entire Kinos is at that tone. And then it gets to an amazing point. Will there be a defense? The Kina asks. Bachurini bachutz sabu mechuzakim. They're getting ready. Maybe we could stop this. Bisaru ki yuzak b'shishim libo maziki. It's a medrash that 600,000 malachim were coming, maybe to the defense. They were ready to go and defend Yerushalayim, defend the Beis Hamikdash, and the Bachurim were ready to join in this. But the Zakanim knew that. The Zakanim knew that this was ordained. It's not going to happen. They are doing Ritzonah. The Romans and Titus and all those horrible people, Asos Ritzonah. But what makes this keta so remarkable is the next three words. Vehu asur ba'azikim. It's almost a paradox. They're doing his will, yet he is chained. He, speaking of the capital H, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, chained himself. And the imagery is incredible. This is all his ratzon, but he's chained. Why is he chained? It's his ratzon. This is what you want. You put it into creation. But it's not what it really is. It's what needs to be. And when I think about that line, the analogy of it is an experience I had in my life. I always think of when I read that line, and it gets me very emotional. I was once in a hospital when a decision was being made, lo aleinu, for a young boy to have his leg amputated. One of the most horrible things. The only thing that makes it more horrible is he's begging his parents to say no. Please, don't let them do it. And he's begging. And I can't even speak about this without crying. And they're crying because they want to say no, but they can't. They know they can't. And that's the image. That's the image of Asos Ritzona B'hu Asur B'Azikim. Hashem can't stop it. So he chains himself and holds himself back. That's one theme of this team. But then the Kinos seems to switch gears, like start something new. Ata katzafta v'hirshisa lefanos yoladim asher ein b'hem kol nehum misham nehams. Famous story. These young boys and girls being taken to Rome for licentious, horrible things. And they realize it. They realize what's happening. And they get word that there will be Trias Hamesim and they'll be saved. So they make the decision first the girls, followed by the boys. They jump in and they kill themselves. And all those children are brought to their deaths, but their neshamos were never defined. Rav Lobiansky has an amazing connection he makes between the two sections of this keynote. He says that it's not two completely separate unrelated events, it's to make a point. What's the point? The point is Titus was able to take the inanimate objects, the Kalim, the Beis Hamikdash, to file in this horrible way. And of course, that means a lot to us because of what the Beis Hamikdash means to us and the Klei Hamikdash and all of it. But what he couldn't touch was the neshamos of those boys and girls. That he didn't have power over because they represented the youth of Klal Yisrael that has so much potential, so much unbelievable power and potential. That Titus couldn't touch. That, Rabbi Lobiansky says, is the juxtaposition of these two motifs. But he added one thing that really was incredible. Anyone, I'm sure many of you have heard of Lobiansky, is a very intellectual type person, very sedate, doesn't show his emotion too often. But when he talked about this, he broke down. He said, what he thinks of when he thinks about those children and the potential they had, the amazing potential, and how it wasn't defiled, but it was an actualized document. So he thinks about a Sefer, the Mesilas Yesharim, that he was shown. Very famous Sefer of the Apfel. And in it was an inscription and notes from a young 19-year-old boy. And in it, the boy is writing incredibly insightful things. He's talking about how the Ramchal said that this world is a prose store, and therefore people make a mistake and they tend to think it's nothing. It's not, oh, this is just like practice. This is just, get all on, that's where it counts. And this boy's writing, no, that's not what it's about. And he writes a whole dissertation, unbelievable, about the chiyuv to make ourselves understand how great it is to get close to Hashem is for this world. And he writes on and on. And I'm wondering, where's Rabbi going? It sounded nice. Like, but who is this 19-year-old boy? So it's a 19-year-old boy that never went, he's not a Haredi boy, he's not a Hasna. He went to Mechina. For those who might not be totally aware, Mechina is really where, the boys that are not necessarily looking for a full yeshiva experience, they go for some spirituality. That just intensified what he's writing, how amazing it is. He's showing incredible potential. His name is Hadar Golden. Hadar Golden, for anyone who's not familiar with who he was a soldier who was in Gaza, and at a time after a ceasefire was already made, 2 hours later, he and 2 other soldiers were checking out for maybe explosives or tunnels, things that would be future danger. And they were ambushed after the ceasefire by Hamas. 2 of them were killed, and he was kidnapped, and then he was killed. As Lopiansky related the story and related the idea that the potential of Hadar Golden was lost, he broke down crying. It's an amazing image. It's the message of those 300 children. But at the same time, I think we can't lose sight, as tragic as their loss is. The emphasis that he made earlier, I think, has to also be brought out. That our enemies can take away things that we don't have control over, but our neshamos, our will, our ratzon, may Hashem never let them touch.
back to the test of I believe this closes the Kinos that begin with the phrase Eva, that explore the word Eva. This particular doesn't define something. Swarm had this words apart. And this particular Kina relates to the formulation, the composition of the Megillah Eva. This particular Kina selects the pasuk from the first paragraph, the second paragraph, the fourth paragraph, then he closes the phrase from the third paragraph. And the direction that this Kina wants to take our minds is that the Yirmiyahu was given the Nebuah to compose the first and the second and the fourth. We now got the fourth paragraph, and then it was supposed to be read on the day when the Jews were coming together, something together for Tanis. And then Yaakov got the word that Baruch was reading, when he was reading the Megillah publicly, and it spoke about the destruction of the Jewish state as it was then, and then the king conditioned that the Megillah be brought to him, and they read parts of it to him. And again, Yirmiyahu spoke of the devastating course that we were on, and the king did not want this to get out, so he destroyed the Megillah. And then the Baruch told Yirmiyahu to rewrite what he wrote at the third paragraph, where Yirmiyahu imagines and envisions how it's actually going to look when he get there. How he personalizes what he saw. And the story of the composition of the Kina of the Megillah, so catches one of the underlying concerns which ultimately brought the Korban, and that's the inability to defer the word of Yirmiyahu, the hubris, the assuredness that life as it was will continue. And that really is one of the core ideas that is held by the word Eicha. We mentioned on Shabbos that the word Eicha was introduced in the parasha of Neuburger. Eicha Esola Vadita Rachem Asafifem. Moshe Rabbeinu says, how could I carry on my own all the difficulties that you bring to me? We pointed out in Shabbos that this is Moshe B'Shalom, this is Yisroel B'Shalom Osa. We emphasized on Shabbos that there was a good thing happening there, that the Klal Yisrael brought all of their concerns to Moshe Rabbeinu and wanted Moshe Rabbeinu insight, wanted Moshe Rabbeinu to settle the issues with the Shalom Bayis, with his business issues. But Chazal point out that there's something else that's happening over there because of the litigious pressure that was put on Moshe Rabbeinu. He had to appoint judges, and the Chazal point out that we can learn from various psukim that this is part of the agenda of the rank and file, because they having judges other than Moshe Rabbeinu, they can have more influence on the outcome of the bid. Belsky points out in one of his drushes that this is what connects the three Eichos. The next Eicha is Yeshaya Navi says, Eicha Hayasa Elazona Kirya Ne'emana. How could Yerushalayim be full of so much lack of faithfulness, so much disloyalty? The final Eicha Yirmiyahu, Eicha Yeshva Badon. How could Yerushalayim be so alone? The Belsky said it all begins with the Eicha of Moshe Rabbeinu. The Eicha of Moshe Rabbeinu was people coming to court, people coming to a Beis Din. Chazal described not only would they want to impact the judges, but after the din went, they didn't go their way, so then they would come back and they would say, "But I have another riot to bring." And they would. That's what that was the Tarfachem Umas every Pem. And Moshe Rabbeinu said, if it was just a straightforward Didi Torah, if it was straightforward advice, then I'd be able to handle it. But the lack of deference that Jewish people had for Moshe Rabbeinu, so that lack of deference ultimately plays itself out into a lack. It becomes a need of a people. The phrase that Rogolsky said is that people will come to a base that, and the mindset is that we want to win at all costs. We want to win even if it means that the money shouldn't come to me. We want to be right even if it means that I have to, the story would happen. So the idea to win at all costs, not to defer, to try to maintain life as I imagine it, so that becomes a need, that becomes a quality of the people out there. And that's the first Eicha is connected, that after that becomes the quality of the community, so then it becomes a community that can be trusted. And that's Eicha Isa Lazona. And then it becomes a people who are a group, individuals who are always alone, because they're not deferring or listening and taking counsel or willing to hear other voices. So we close the Kinos of the word Eicha by telling the story of Eicha. The story of Eicha is the story that takes us back to Eicha Moshe Rabbeinu, where leadership did not have the bandwidth to appreciate life may not continue as it is, and have the bandwidth to listen to the criticisms and the advice of Yaakov. Hey, my get not just a new ship, my body, no, she went she not to be. That was so, Lama be Rabbi, can we be that about this? Not going to show me she be brothers. Show me she be gosh, she also. Show and show, she got it. She did it, like I know. Which bellas I should all got to shift and keep us a happy.
Next Kinos, in the Zion, halfway through the Kinos, starting with the words into the Shalma, we'll sing a familiar niggin to hopefully inject some added meaning into the words of the Kinos. Goes
We point out the next few Kinos is the turning point of the morning. Last Kino, which described the absolute depravity that we reached. Where parents would consume their own children without now that to listen to the response to the Yaakov. Imagine the response, Ruach HaKodesh, the Mula Marim, that we own that the Baruch Hu pushes back and says, if the Chal Noshim Pir Mashviyim, we describe the events, we describe the punishment, we describe the Kur HaBarzo, we have to refer to, but we don't describe the acts of decline and depravity that we brought upon ourselves. And the emblematic moment is when we took the life of Kohen and Beis HaMikdash, Horing the Mikdash, Kohen the Navi Loy Mashviyim. We don't describe how we put ourselves into a position that we mentioned in the previous Kino, that we would not defer, that we would not take any direction. So the next Kino moves, since the Baruch Hu is keeping to be often pushed back. So that moves the one of the Lozer Kalir to now express, we now get to express, we're moving, we're inching, step by step, towards that Tziduk Hadin. Right? If ever bring somebody to Gura, if it's a day, then we can say Tachna. So we say at Tziduk Hadin, ultimately to accept because Baruch Hu is the Daya, the ultimate justice, and until now we didn't have the headspace for that. We felt so distant from the Rabbanu Shalom that there was no possibility of communicating. Because Baruch Hu reaches out. Baruch Hu can be Yaakov. He reaches out by pushing back at us. And once God pushes back at us, then we now respond to the Rabbanu Shalom. We say the Atom Marit, right? The first time that we address the Rabbanu Shalom directly in the course of the morning. This is preparing ourselves to finish up this Kina with a Tziduk Hadin, the Atot Tzaddik al Kol Ha'Kol. And this Kina mostly focuses on the loss of the Rabbanu Shalom's prestige that the Churban brings. We focus on the Chil Hashem. Often point out that the day of Tisha B'Av, so means we attach ourselves to it in different ways. So one way that we can attach ourselves to the Korban in a very personal way. Davening that we feel would be much more effective if we have a base of the tsaras, the very difficult decisions that we feel we would have help with Koyat and the issues that we face, which seem not to have any possible resolution, the divisiveness in Klal Yisrael. So the fashion in which our community is not in sync with the people around us, and so all of these things I felt personally, and they would have resolution. We have Beis HaMikdash. We have moments of doubt. We have friends and members of our family of moments of doubt and of faith. Go to Beis HaMikdash, and we changed. We come back, seeing miracles, accessing miracles, sensing and closest to Rabbi. But then there is sometimes we can attach ourselves to the Korban bias because of the spiritual growth, the different kind of people that we would be, the more ruchni that we would be. We would be sometimes held down by Yetzer Hara, by having to make difficult choices, make bad choices sometimes. But then the person has the wherewithal, he can sometimes attach himself. And this is the way that great Jews, Gedolos, were able to do that by imagining the pain of the kingdom, how the Rebbeinu could fashion an entire world with the goal of being run by people living with certain elegance, with certain spirituality, with the Beis HaMikdash being in its center, Malaretz Das Hashem, having a world that knows the Rebbeinu Shalom, and this Kinos that points out that we can attach ourselves to the Tzara Shechina. Yaakov Marta, there's so many things that you had in mind. You had in mind the Flino Anim Yaakov, we the Jewish people would be your agents in this world to uphold your moral voice and spirituality. So he told them, you planned that we would be the children that would continuously attach to you. We would be a Mamlechas Koinim and Vaikonish, not the Vash Misela. You treated us so well. So every paragraph says the Lama. How come the Jewish people are not in that kind of position? Why didn't you reestablish your plan and the good things you want to happen to the Jewish people by fighting anti-Semitism, by fighting the various pogroms, by taking on the Shoah? So this Kina advances us. It's a small step. We're not ready to have a full seat of Kadin, but we can begin to, because of the Baruch Hu reached out to us, now we can respond by pushing back and saying that we don't understand how you, the Rebbeinu Shalom, could let all of your plans unravel. How you, the Rebbeinu Shalom, could have that your plan, that your plan of being present in this world is not happening. How you can withstand the Chil Hashem. So Martha did. That's 11:10. And those who have to attend to something in their homes, there'll be another minute upstairs to finish up the Kinos. Now we continue with Dina Yud Tes, which is a form of Tzidut Hadin. Again, it's a traditional moment in the party. Next Kinos, give them 20 off. And once again, take one more step towards having diminishing the distance between us and the Roman Shalom that the Korban represents, the Korban brought about. And here when we come to the Roman Shalom, our Tziduk Hadin, is to be clear, was not the usual Tziduk Hadin. Usually Tziduk Hadin expresses the accept the Baruch Hu in the Daya, the MS, and different kinds of things. Over here, we're not ready in the course of one moment, one morning, to be able to absorb the ability to honestly and authentically accept and see the Kadin for the Churban and for the loss that Bani Yisrael suffered. Comes to mind that it is difficult for Bani Yisrael to make a tziduk within the Shoah authentically and to do it with a full heart. And so with this, what Kalir is directing us to do is to formulate a tziduk hadin in terms of the past. That we know how invested in the Baruch Hu is in Bani Yisrael. We know that you gave us Nisim, you gave us Amon, you gave us the air, we can't see from home. And Kalir is pointing out to us that sometimes that we have crises of faith, crises of Amunah. So one of the ways that we can address the crisis of Amunah is looking back at the many, many times when the Baruch Hu invested within us, within our family, at Sibor. And even though we have difficulty in embracing a very difficult sorrow, being able to genuinely and sincerely be able to see we don't see the Torah Barza, we don't see the good outcome, we don't see what's going to be. Very often it's not, and never for us to fully understand. But when we build one's faith on past events, when we do see it, the Baruch Hu's hand so clearly, we do see the Baruch Hu extending himself. So that's a tziduk hadin that we're able to express. And now the next is Apfel kayosba. We don't ask, we're not ready, we don't think that we're ready at this point to say that Ron should listen to our davening. Say that there's Baruch Hu, but listen to the terrible plans of our enemies. Listen to what they're planning against us. Listen to what's going on in the different Hamas outposts and headquarters. Listen to their plans of treachery at Teilat. And ask His Baruch Hu to respond to our davening. But once we've established this beachhead of faith, we can take the next step of turning to the Baruch Hu. And again, He's not establishing our connection by asking the Rebbeinu Shalom to reestablish His control and His presence, and to establish a greater moments where people recognize that the Baruch Hu hears the plans that are established and they're planned against them.
Miracle to be a part of that, to be counted among those Jews that understand what Tisha is, and even deeper than that, understand what Erev Tisha is. What a privilege, what a chizuk that we're a part of this mission, right? What a
Well, we all know from reestablishing human relationships, when there's a rupture in a relationship. So, serious rupture. And people have serious misgivings towards each other. The relationship is not, it does not get rebuilt again. We're talking about authentically expressing within their heads and their hearts. But it takes steps, and very often the first step in establishing a relationship is the, we just said, we go back and we see how the relationship is one in which we both invested. And we think back to times when the relationship was one that was full of meaning, full of contentment. And then we might say, I think, to look at what some of the things that we're missing, we don't have. So that's what I think of clear directs us to now. We moved back a little bit. Some of the distance we have with the emotion is somewhat regained. But that doesn't mean that we're back where we were before the 3 weeks. It doesn't mean that we're back on track in terms of gulas of it. We now dwell. We now ruminate on the various aspects of Beis HaMikdash of Korban. And we look at some of the other events which are like Korban, which are double Korban. As I'll explain to us, I'll point out that the loss of the tzaddik is like a Korban Beis HaMikdash. The next Kinos focuses on the loss of the Rugi Malchus, who spanned the time of the Roman treachery of Bab Yisrael, Shach and the Levaya of the Ponevezh Road. So he explained this idea that Nisas Tzadikim, the loss of the tzaddik is like the loss of the Beis HaMikdash. He pointed out that we described the Rabboni Shalom as a Chayei Love. His Baruch Hu lives in many different worlds, and his Baruch Hu's world is infinite and eternal. So, if a Baruch Hu has different ways of living, that's a constant. The constant that Baruch Hu will be part of our world. So when we have the Beis HaMikdash, so then Baruch Hu's presence is felt in one space more than other spaces. We relate to that. We go back to the coast of Rabbi. We daven at the coast. But we also remember that the Rebbeinu Shalom said when he first gave us the Mishkan, that by living amongst the Jewish people, he will live amongst and with individual Jews. Will be a part of the life. Every Jew has the capacity to be a Mikdash Sha'av. This is expressed explicitly in the Mitzvos Yesharim, in the Shechayim, that every individual has the capacity to be a Mikdash Sha'av. Every person can decline to the point where all he has is called the Apfel, the Nitzotz HaKadosh, that little spark. But every person has, Apfel described, but Biansky's description of the life of the Gold, that everybody has the capacity to ultimately become a Meshachanti B'Socha. There are those amongst Klal Yisrael, individuals who have maximized in that potential. who have fulfilled to a great extent that potential. That's what the Drosha Saran points out, that the Shochanti B'Socham is a plan for the entirety of the people. But there are individuals that have been successful, and they are the representation, they are a form of the Beis HaMikdash. They're a form of the Baruch Hu's presence. Sometimes we're able to appreciate that. Sometimes we see by the self-sacrifice of great people. Sometimes we see by the insight of great people that they're able to rise above human frailties, human dispositions. Sometimes they're able just to have a perspective which would seem to come from a higher place. Sometimes they have the capacity to let things roll off in a divine fashion. And sometimes it's the glow that emanates from them. The Ran says that's all an aspect of Vasuli Mikdash V'Shachanti V'Socham, that they were the ones in whom the Baruch fulfilled this idea. The Shach says that's why when we lose, thank the Rosh Hashanah, an amazing idea. This came across us last few days. He says that's why there is a practice to daven by the Kibbutz Tzaddikim. I was always under the impression that davening by Kibbutz Tzaddikim is because it's evocative, it evokes in the associations we have with great tzaddikim, to be able to connect with the comment we give to a tzaddik, helps us to ask him to be made with yosher. The Rosh Hashanah says not because it is, because we're in the place where the body resides on the Mikdash Mat. We're in the place of the Eitzim Almonim, so to speak, without the Shechina that's there. So just like we can be inspired in moments of Kiras Elokim when we go to the Kosel, because those are the Shechina Shruya, Shechina never left the Kosel Rabbi, just like we have moments of the Kiras HaShechina when we have it in the Beis HaKnesses and the Beis HaMedrash, with the precincts of greatness. But we have the Kiras HaShechina when we go to Mars HaMachpelah, when we go to Kibbutz Tzaddikim, because they were in their lives, and what remains of them is still the construct of the Mikdash Mat. Place that is set aside for places hard for them. The next kina comes from a later time, and it speaks about a person who survived in one of the attacks crusades. There's a person who watched the Jews die of Kiddush Hashem. They would not be taken captive. They were not taken by the Gezerah. And watched great sages lose their life. And so many of the experiences that those of us who had connection with people who survived the Shoah come to the fore so many centuries earlier. The first one is the most striking. If you'll be silent speaking, so I will be able to speak. Yahweh, whatever happens, happens. Describes a person who is afraid to describe what he saw. And for years and years and years, and many to the last day of those who survived the Shoah would never speak about it. We often speculate whether it was that it would evoke trauma and the pain that we would not be able to put back in the bottle, or whether it's that it sounds like from this keynote that they just didn't have the words, and every attempt they would make would only diminish. So you can't express what you've seen. Expressing it doesn't do it. It's just desserts. We also went through the experience, and going through the experience of individuals who realize that if they don't give some expression to it, then the eyewitness will be lost. That's what it seems that this person is saying. We should meant that if we won't speak about it, we understand that the words don't help. But the background will say, whatever happens, happens. I'm not going to be able to give it just description. I don't know what pain is going to bring about, but something has to be said, has to be given. The phrase that the joy was stopped. And again, for the unbelievable strength of that generation that went through this and were able to put the joy into a fashion that we should never be able, can't understand. But that's the essence of this kina, is at least describing some of the events of the scheme of Gedol, the Khan and the Talmud, the Abba, the Shechem, the Onet, that he somehow had the strength, old and young, to accept that they had to be the Kanashim Shemayim. He had the story, there are countless stories. We so often mentions of Godel Eisner. The event about Godel Eisner, which couldn't express in a regular drasha, but maybe in Tisha, that he was teaching, and he was always known to be a soft and warm individual. And the Talmud came in, and he something happened in his life, and he let out groans. And then when God Eisner, for the one time, he lost him. He wasn't able to contain himself. He got very upset with this time. So the next time they had shir, he explained to the class why when a kid who at that age gets upset with life, the reason why he so upset with the child of the Talmud is because he said, you don't understand what we had gone through and how we were misgaber and we had the strength to go on. So he described how we know that he lost his wife, then he was taken to the camps, so he lost most of his children. There was one daughter that somehow, when she was able to walk in her area of the concentration camp, she was able to see where her father's area was, and over time, able to develop the ability to connect to each other. And they did so. And they had an arrangement. That's how he knew that his daughter survived and she knew her father was there. But one day, when she was taking this walk, so he saw that one of the Germans wanted to take advantage of her. And she realized this. And she would not allow that to happen. And at that moment, she was voice of nefesh. And he saw, but he saw that his daughter left this world with time. That's what this describes. The scheme of Gedol of Tana, the Kabel didn't Shoyach Laomer, who's a Kadim, the Shainim Anan, and it's going to be going. These are kinds of images that come back to us over the course of, we say Kinos. The things that have happened in Klal Yisrael that cannot be put into words. We say that, remember through this individual who composed this kina after one of those moments that inform so much of our past. We should be getting a thing that Tisha Next Kinos is coming fantastic. Describes the children of Ishmael, the son, God and son. Explained this many times. They find each other in the morning. They were put together in prison in order to take to each other. Then they refuse to do so. They refuse to defile themselves. Then they die in each other's embrace in the morning. And they realize what they have come to. And they realize how they avoided the moment that they would have lived to regret. There is a picture that Chazal give us that when the Romans came into Beis Hamikdash, that they found the Kruvim, the Romans ever there, they found them embracing each other, which is a miraculous moment. And they took it out in order to embarrass the Jewish people, as if that in the Kodesh Kodeshim, so with the highest place is a young boy, a young girl in full embrace. And there are many swarm that discuss it. Moshe Shinerman, the bottom in Brooklyn, across from Talmud Chacham, he writes in a sefer, maybe this is the picture that what the Baruch was giving us was the two children of Yishmael who died in a grace. Maybe that's what the Baruch was pointing out to us. That even though to the non-Jewish world it looked like it was something that was a romantic and sexual gesture, it was really the sense of loyalty that the Baruch said that we'll have going forward. We don't have a Beis Hamikdash, Yerushalayim Kedushasa. But that doesn't mean that we won't maintain each other's legacy the way that it won't mean that we'll have moments when we see how we have been able to survive and maintain ourselves. Just as this Kina ends with that picture of Yishmael's story. Says Nabi Chato off down the 24. I'll form a base and make the people rest. Mentioned a moment ago, the group coming out, the Kino that we just mentioned, also the mention of the Sila group. Viz came across the insight that they saw about the Kruvim, the Rav Zebazek. How do you talking? The Kruvim stood separately, according to almost all this stuff. And then the Rabbi did a nace. Why did he do a nace that looks so embarrassing for Jewish people? Bnei Soska suggests there's a halacha that when the husband and wife have to leave each other for a period of time. So halacha is chayav odom b'fkozes ishtam. The night before, the husband and wife have to leave for a period of time. So that's a night that is set aside for chiva, for spending time with each other. Sometimes the night before, the person has to travel, so we get busy taking care of all the things that didn't take care of for the last 3 months. And we wait for 2 days. So Chazal said it's under an approach, but approaching sometimes it's family, husband and wife together. In fact, we don't have this, we don't pass it this way, but the time passing that the night before husband and wife travel away from each other, to extended certain kulos in Taras and Mishpach. We don't pass it that way. But the Sasa says that's what this represents. That with the Churban, so Klal Yisrael and his Baruch were going in different directions. Klal Yisrael was going to Shibud, his Baruch was receding, the people have to listen, be less attentive to our davening. But he wanted to give us that simon that we are parting like husband and wives. And that's why he was in this days and did this young lady. The next Kinos takes us again to one of the pogroms, the year Tabnu, the cities, rise, mines, and spires. They were referred to as the Yerushalayim, the area, Chazal. But recent Sfarim point out that the cities that were described as the Yerushalayim, their area, Yerushalayim of the Rhine, Yerushalayim of get the name of the river that drives on.
The Rhineland.
The Rhineland, okay. So all those cities were terribly destroyed, suffered terribly. That's very careful never to refer to any city as Yerushalayim, otherwise Yerushalayim or Kodesh. And but only imagine the life, the Jewish life that was taking place in these cities, and you can only imagine the great despair that these 3 cities carried, and their revolt against them. And the Balakina rephrases the Kina Yirmiyo. That has become a model for all times. But also, and according to the newly formulated Kinos, and the newly, it's already been 70 years or so, the Shalom, 10 Moshikai, 80 baseline, and giving us the right to be able to formulate Kinos as time to come. These in Yoshima mean that the money was
Back to what was our career. One wonders at first, what is the connection between this kina put over here and after Apfel? Could be that there is a connection to the emphasis of Apfel on the chiyuv, pride. Havav is based on a medrash that describes at the time of destruction on the son of Beis Hamikdash, Hashem Yaakov calls Yaakov, tells him to go visit the Kidrei Avos, go see if they can do anything to stop this. So the Abraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, Moshe. So the Kina describes how Yirmiyahu went to each one, literally waking them up from their final rest. What's going on here? And there's a dialogue throughout the whole kingdom. First, Yirmiyahu speaking to the general narrative and speaking to her. Gau kulam bikinim al chesron banim dobavu b'kol tachlunim b'nei shochen ba'ayeh ha'tachas v'zacharti lehem bris rishonim. Rachel is asking Hashem, what happened to the haftacha? The haftacha to these avos. And Hashem responds, Ma esel lachem banai, zeri lo fanai. And as you go through each one of the avos, one at a time, a similar response. Zav av hamon b'muram, Abraham Avinu, l'chinem pnei el ram, and he tries to evoke favor by reminding of the successes that he had. Eser Kinos, and yet I see them ben chazisi, I see them being destroyed. Hashem responds, then goes to Yitzchak. Yitzchak evokes, of course, the Akeda, the Shav, the Tevach Lucham. Henzarim, Yitzchak, Lucham. And again, Baruch Hu answers, Zero. Then he goes to Yaakov. Yaakov evokes the Tzar Gibubanim, the raising that was incredibly arduous, suffering through many things, and still the answer is the same. And then Moshe Rabbeinu, and still we're getting nowhere. Each one is raising valid responses, you would think, of a basis for a movement from Midas Adin to Midas Arachim. It's not happening. Until the Kinos ends, finally it goes to Leah, Rachel, Zilpah, Gil. Suddenly there's a turnaround. And Malay, Amalei, Kol Mishal Osech. Don't worry, everything will go. So many people ask, what changed? What schuyos did these women have that Avraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, Moshe Rabbeinu didn't have? Why were they able to turn the tide? So I once heard an answer from Rabbi Yitzchak Bradowitz, where he said it's a midah keneged midah. He said, singling out Rachel, said Rachel, this is the Medrash Eicha fits with this very well. The Medrash describes how what Rachel did, said, look what I did. I gave away the simanim. I showed a display of avas chinam. I had no reason to do this. I was undermining myself. It wasn't right for Leah to do this. She didn't have a right to this favor, but I did it anyway. So said Rabbi, that's the midah keneged midah. The midah of sinas chinam is what did it in. This midah of avas chinam is the remedy. But many people point out that might work for the Medrash Eicha, but it doesn't work over here. In the Kinos, it deviates. Kalir deviates from the Medrash a little. The Medrash ends with just Rachel. But the Kalir brings in Leah and Zilpah and Bilhah. Everyone, all of these women will cry. So the Shaila comes back. What is it then? It's not the Avaskina Midah Keneged Midah. What else could have made the change? So Rabbi Soloveitchik, I noticed in the notes over here, he answers it by saying, really, it's not just women, it's collective. It belongs to the whole group. The ending is really referring to Abraham, Yaakov, Moshe, Leah, Rachel, Zilpah, all of them. But what I was intrigued by, and that might be the answer for what Lazar Kalir had in mind. But the Satmar Rebbe, the Tzal, has a very interesting, different take on it. And it relates to the Bechia. And he said the key here is the Bech. It's not just Rachel's Bechi, it's the Bechi of all the Imams. And while Hashem could be held back from changing Midas Adin, the Midas Arachim, when it's a logical taina that's coming forward, but says the Satmar Rebbe, what will move Hashem is Beth. So I get it, I get the difference, but I said to myself, all right, there's Bechi. What is it about Bechi? All Bechi, what kind of Bechi? So I think it's again Midah Keneged Midah. The whole root, the source of Tisha B'Av being the day that it is, was the Bechiyah Shalchim. The Midah Keneged Midah is going to be a Bechiyah Shel Emes. A Bechiyah Shel Emes. Authenticity. That Emes crying is what the Kadosh Baruch Hu really wants from us. What is Emes crying? It's the Bechi of Rosh Hashanah. Yom Yevav. What does that mean? So there's a well-known machlokes between the Vilna Gaon, or seeming machlokes between the Vilna Gaon and the Arizal. What's Rosh Hashanah? It's a Yom Bechi or not? Ari says, it says in the Mishabara, a person who doesn't cry in Rosh Hashanah, he lacks shlemus. He can forget about a successful Rosh Hashanah. The Vilna Gaon, Marcel Rav, is famous for saying something very different. He says, it's usher to cry in Rosh Hashanah. So everybody asks, usher to cry in Rosh Hashanah. It sounds like Yami's got this one. Right? It's Yom Yevav again. It's a day of crying. How could the Gross say it's usher to cry? So Talmidei HaGra, this is in Hari Kedem and other places, answer up. No, the Gra is talking about a specific type of a contrived cry, a crying that's coming from not deep within the person's neshama. That has no place. That has no power. That's not going to be anything. A Bechiyah Shel Emes, a Bechiyah Shel Tanu, another label for this Bechiyah. The Bechiyah of Rabbi Akiva when he was reading Shir on Friday night. That type of Bechiyah that's allowed on Shabbos. This is a Bechiyah of pure Emes. That has the power to move. I started to think to myself, when have I experienced that myself? So I had some moments. The one thing that evokes it for me constantly, what I believe is a Bechiyah that's coming from my Ratzon Elyon. It's not just a Ratzon Tachton, a cognitive Bechiyah. It's a Bechiyah that's just beyond reason. It's just wrenching in God. Is when I recount and I rethink the story of the Fogel family, and Simcha Leiner actually put this in such a dramatic way that I can't look at a certain video, the video of Simcha Leiner on Kol B'Rama Nishma, that song. And what he shows is the Fogel family. It's so effective in drawing out a person's emotion. It starts off with the Fogel family in regular life, a birthday party. They're dancing, they're singing, they're carrying each other. It's unbelievable, it's like us. And then suddenly the tone changes. A family torn apart is the narrative. A family destroyed, family murdered. But what really evokes the tears, and this is something that I purposefully look at on Tisha B'Av. I want to reach that emotion, is they start to bring out the bodies. And you see the size of the bodies slowly go down. The parents, 36 years old, 35 years old, Ruti, and then Eli, 11, and then 4-year-old, and then a 4-month-old. Sight of that, thought of that is just coverage. Brings out a Bechiyah Shel Emes, a Bechiyah that successfully can turn a Midas Adin into a Midas Arach. That I think might be the pshat according to the Satmar Rav, in the Bechiyah that turned Hashem to say, I'm out there with you, says the Kadosh Baruch Hu. I'm in Golus with you, that's the guarantee. I'm crying along with you. I'm going to bring everybody.
again, at the end of this Kinos, we put the last words of the Kinos to a
The next Kino reformulates the Kino that Yaakov spoke about. It's very, very similar idea. where Yo meets an imaginary woman coming out of the kachikachim. Perhaps it is a woman because of Rabbi Yaakov's explanation, being able to be happy, and that represents Knesset Yisrael. And the Yo pushes the woman to tshuva, and the woman responds by pushing the Yo to go to the almost Akdosha and asks him to adopt the Apfel Israel.
Usually if I start,
What we say the next meeting together takes on a big meeting, invited the time that I started with Rosh Hashanah. We point out that the lady this morning, we understand the lady to be the choice of this morning's lady because it begins with a description of going to Golos. So we said that in Golos. He points out that the Golos is described in 5 psukim, and the balance of the lady is all about coming back there to Israel. Kashta Mishon, Karaf Hashem Keva, Tisha Aloyah Mishonim, Hashem all speaks about the Baruch Hu Nisim from Israel. We're wondering there are many more parashas, the Torah, for example, which we could have played this morning and be entirely about Golos. Why did we choose? Why did Chazal choose the parasha as 5 psukim of Golos and the rest is good news? So he suggested that when a person is Rahman al Tzara, so it's impossible to have the fun. So people can come to a person and try to give person the fun, and that will work after a person is in a better place. But when a person is in a very, very difficult situation, so the words of Nechama themselves become aggravating. When a person goes to a base Ovel, so the visitors are quiet until the Ovel leads the conversation, because there are different kinds of Nechama. Sometimes, but the person is at the height of his pain. So all the Nechama almost all falls flat. Sometimes it can be particularly upsetting when a person tries to offer Nechama by explaining that that person went through similar experiences. The person going through a difficult moment is everybody's pain and difficulty is unique, it's separate. So he said, that's why we lay in the Nechama this morning. Because in Tisha B'Av, we could lay Pasuk in the Nechama. But when we were at the peak of feeling the loss of Beis HaMikdash, so it all falls flat. It doesn't have an impact.
Kina ended obviously on a special up note. Ad yashkif le'yireh mimal, morit she'ol b'yam va'az enachem. There is a point of the Chum. Kina Chates, it will be very difficult to find. I think it really underscores the point that the Neuburger just made. It's authored by a survivor of the German Crusades that destroyed German Germany. One just has to look at the Rabbi Tosas, where most of them come from, France, and see how few come from Germany to understand what happened. But what's most devastating about this keynote, it starts off, Amarti Shifu Mini. I don't want to hear it. Let me be. I just want to cry. That's the attitude, that's the sense of the author of the schema, the survivor. He survived one of these crusades, and he has seen the worst that mankind can possibly do. Not only the killing of the innocent men and women and children, but it is here where it's brought out. Ben Ishrat Ba'av Karen Sashma, Yira Kazos Nishama. There was a decision, it's somewhat of a halachic debate, but there was a decision made by many of the sufferers of the German Crusade to sacrifice their own children, not only to commit suicide themselves, but to do what must be the hardest thing for a human being to do, to sacrifice their own children, to avoid the possibility that they will be forced into conversion. And the Kinos goes through it, and it's just heart-wrenching to read. And there is no nechama. There's no nechama for somebody who experienced that and went through that. His poignant moment lasts. But is there a hope for nechama? Rabbi Neuburger mentioned we're heading hopefully in a direction towards chatzos, towards easing up, the intensity. This keto is not a good example of easing up of intensity. But I want to share an experience of somebody who went through very, very tragic event and found nechama in a way that I think could teach us a lesson on what might be a source of nechama for us. Years ago, when we first got to Eretz Yisrael, so we were zochah to be neighbors to this very, very nice old couple. They were from, I think, originally Los Angeles. We didn't know them. What we knew was what they were like. And they couldn't, for one, get enough of our children. We could. So they spent a lot of time with them. And they loved it. And my wife and I kind of just believed that maybe they were two people who were not zochah to have children, and this is like a replacement. But then we found out who they really were. You might remember a horrific terrorist tragedy that occurred in Sabaro Pizza Store. In that pizza store, many innocent people, young and old, were killed, injured. It was horrific. Amongst them was a young woman who was pregnant. She was born and raised in Los Angeles. I'm going to read from one of the news items that describe this family. Born and raised in Los Angeles, teacher and graduate student Shoshana Greenbaum. She was killed in Sabaro. She was the only child of Yaakov. That was our neighbor. Still is our neighbor. He and his wife. Her loss was magnified by the fact that she was pregnant when murdered. A bereaved father finds comfort. Here is the nechama. How does someone go through that and get nechama? So before I read it, I want to describe a little bit more about what we witnessed ourselves. You know, very often when you live in Eretz Yisrael, you're sought after for taking in very often seminary girls who are going away every Shabbos. You guys in yeshiva, they need a place for Shabbos. The guaranteed house was theirs. Always was a spot, no matter what was going on, no matter how busy, no matter how many people they said yes to. By the Hamans, there was room. Her bereaved father finds comfort in the words of one of her students. By the way, she was supposed to, right before this happened in Savaro, she was going to be a teacher in YNJ, Sheep in North Jersey. One of her previous students, several years after the Savaro bombing, addressed a letter to Shoshana. This letter gives her father tremendous comfort. Quote, this is the letter. One thing, however, that people have said about you, she's writing to her teacher, who's no longer alive, but she is getting the chum of this girl by writing to her teacher. One thing, however, that people have said about you over and over after your death has really hurt me and struck me as untrue. They say that it is so very sad how you died pregnant with your first child, and thus never had the privilege of caring for children of your own. I completely disagree, Mora. You know why? Because I am your child. And every other student whom you've ever taught considers themselves also your child. And therefore, Mora, you've had hundreds of children in whom you have planted seeds of love and Torah. And so I don't think they were right. This, Rabbi Yaakov found tremendous lachama, and it's obvious that it changed his life and affected him in such a personal way that he said, well, if teacher could be considered like a parent to all the students, why can't we all be parents to all our children? Why can't every Jew feel that same achrayus and avas chinam for every other child? And that's the way they really found the chama. They found the chama, this couple, by midah keneged midah, by taking an opportunity to learn from their daughter and bring kedusha to her life and spread it out. May we all learn from that beautiful example and have the chama on this very difficult
As King 11 describes the idea of tzimtzum, the marvel dwells in the entirety of the world. The heavens, we decided to make its place in this world, we connect with them. And this describes that ability to connect with different parts of history. Lamed Gimel, Under Zala 34 is a description discussed in previous years of the Roman general coming into Beis Hamikdash and seeing the pool of blood on Zachariah that will not be absorbed by the ground of Beis Hamikdash. It seems to try to mollify the activity of the blood. And we begin a series of Kinos. First one is the first few by Levi, addressing Yerushalayim when it comes to reach out to be concerned about God as well. The other Let's skip to Beth Aleph. Shall we support the age? There was Kita reporting that was proposed that seeing the burning of the cartload of Talmud, cartload of Tisha right now, fashion post which will not get the time. Shall we physical Yerushalayim, begging for the help of Yerushalayim Shalbala, Yerushalayim which is already poised to take Yerushalayim Shalbala. So it's the figures we have That's the Kinos of the Shora, composed by Schwab of the Family Art Scroll, Kinos, page 386. Uelos Kabayim, Aho, Eshamayim, Oh, Yametav, Shite Yisrael, Edos Gilos, Ribu Gilos, Kapalos Mosados, Modayel, Vite Kagemayim, Tikanainayim, Elashnos Nahafe Hadmos, Ameal Felofi, Tufim Nisrofim, Demoesh Hafugos, Yasare Haturo, Machatzke Mesoro, Belfechakunosivim, Yaakov Shem Drosho, Morim Moros, Dinakos, Beis Rabban, Yakim, Avanos Badachos, Sabim Sabos, Yazara Metabon Sheavadu, Vigam Rabos, Sanem Bimachayim, Osam, Ifadu, Estamon the road, Soda the road, Kal Amida Fudanim, Onashos Shema Moshe, Tisha Pekoni,
Ashri Ashri V'Secha Yalu